Yep. Hello there. What the? There we go. Aim. Oh, the Roach Boys. What secrets do they hold? How did we have? 20 a.m. I keep saying instead of sure, I was like a short. It's like a say it weird. Oh, what it is. I'm losing my mental faculties. Alright, let's do the basement where we left off. I'd go into the mall and fuck around a bit, but I want to risk running out of time. I need more, where are my notes? Right there. I need to find that Neptune disc, man. It was Neptune. And then this had a code behind it. Anyway, actually, I'm gonna go check something. I'm gonna check the big eyeball, see if what happens. Possible though that Big Maw has a could be a disc in there, I don't know. I run out of other options. I assume it'll. Anyways. How do I get the key for? But the thing in the mask, you know, we nothing ever really happened with that. achievement. Wonder if I've just lost my opportunity with the mask guy. Really, something had to happen with him. I don't think I've seen him again. Who knows? Maybe it's like time locked. Nightman. What are they weak to? Blunt. Too blunt. Plumbing tool. Really? Are we co-oping, bro? It's probably gonna be a full price game, right? 8th's one they announced, is it not? Or is 8 the newest one? What's up, brothers? Ooh, the floating corpse. cheese puffs phase. What are you talking about? I could get the Giga Flare on the fucking corpse, man. Jeez, yeah. I'm gonna need a number crunch on this guy. The small tick. That tells me we don't want this guy to become the big tick. Crunch these. Oh. Was that holding this guy back, man? Damn it. It wasn't that tick. Boy. It's that tick, man. Because it's like biting. Then it's over. More ticks. Big tick. I think I'm resurrecting the devil here. Stuff. Hard hat. High protection from crushing and stun. Mezcal. Booze. Oh, okay. Is liquor just in like a normal bottle? How does that change as it sits there? Right? I mean, I know, like, you know, putting liquor in, like, letting it go for, like, certain barrels and shit's supposed to do something, but I assume just having it sit around is not quite the same. Oliver talks about his drawings. Victor and Florence are glued to their game system. The bus. The proof and the type. Opened or not. I prove alcohol is still last human lifetime. What's our heads up? Oh, okay. Does the flavor change when it's sealed? Or is that only kept in certain things? I know wine they like to keep in like casks or whatever. There's the school bus. Ones are corked. How does the cork work? Oh, you got a little bit of air. Those are like different types of corking to let in more or less air to like speed up the process. Or yeah, I've heard about the cork being fucked or degrading. I assume there's like a cork manufacturer out there. What if you just put like a twisty top on it, you know? It's probably not the same thing. Is cork because of tradition? Or is there like an actual reason for the cork? It sounds like the cork actually changes the taste. I mean, the wine I buy doesn't have corks. Not that I buy it often, I just twist the top. We call that the peon shit. Hard liquor's different. Drag it. Hopefully I can figure all this out, man. Not like super missable. Why is it better that wine takes a long, like what is old wine for? Ice wine? What is ice wine? Who is this kid? The very last one. What the? Maybe I forgot one. Who is this kid? Which ones have I pressed? Roxy's the dog. This isn't Oliver. Alice? Oh, I guess I didn't hit Alice. Just missed block. Poison ever just run out? Use it. Okay. Weird. Gotcha. Todd Bateman. The Nightman face. Oh. God. Not many liquors make it through the aging process. How the fuck would I want wood drink? I guess that's just how it tastes, man. Do it. Got a flavor. Particular flavor. That's just when you describe it like wood oil, it just kind of sounds fucked. How it is. Big dungeon, man. Holy. The beast. Oh, I keep using the wrong thing. I've been meaning to do the point blank shot. Join us. Fuck you. Fuck you, bastard. Yeah. Of course. Full on my knowledge. Of course, of course. I will. It'll be glorious. Goodbye, sewer beast. You will not. The dog with me? I guess he's just like... I hope we go back and the teacher has like eaten all of the kids. Seem genuine. happening here. I have to unleash all the ticks, I guess. The fucking hockey guy. Oof. Yeah, I mean, if you're lucky enough, you could get some crazy gains, man. Look smaxing, as we call it, in more ways than one. You can get like 5 dicks and like super muscles, or like be self-replicating, or you could just explode. Seems to be the common thing, but this guy's probably, you know, well, then turn into a mindless beast. Just like a bigger, icier dude. Yeah, we got turned into paste. I've died by looking outside or at pictures of the thing or at paintings of the thing multiple times. Yeah, I was in the chess club. Spider on a boss. Purple tentacle thing eating people. Okay. Spider, good. Slugman. Damn, it's me, please. Ooh. There you go, I guess, yeah. Oh, is this the chick next door? Eyeball? I don't know. What is this? Who are you? What can I do with the slug man? I mean, I'm getting attacked, so I just assume I'm supposed to kill it. Salty. Evil. But I need to get out of here. I'm gonna end up getting too many places explored. And then not getting any bonus XP for it. I only want Rouge. Truth of the matter. A big spider attacked the bus that ate our teacher. Is the spider evil? Seems like it's fine. The creatures. Pipe. Is the big freak that was chasing us before? Boiler beast. Gore vortex. Panic. Great. Super explosive. Memory's eating ass. Is weak to shock. Don't have much like that. Now Montgomery's panicking. Die, bastard. Sledgehammer was damn it. Story of me life, man. Now the evening. I gotta reload, of course. Acid's supposed to be a defense down as well. So it does decent damage, it seems nice to have. We already out of shotgun ammo? Oh no, wait, she reloaded. Big tick. Definitely feel like we're making a mistake. What the fellows. As far as like, I'm a lurker. And I mean, I don't watch as many streams as you guys do, right? I can't watch while I'm streaming, otherwise I would. I watch a lot of Ella, Jazz. That's a pretty high view on. You know, you're not getting any crazy commentary or anything, but just kind of like a dude who just generally likes playing sloppy horror games, and it's generally just kind of like good times for the stream. I have a lot of like X speedrunner types like Distortion02 I'll watch. Are fun to watch do some of the same stuff, although I don't like the ads they play. I've been getting into a lot of like VTuber types. Qbolt doesn't stream too often, but some pretty cool retro games like playing Armored Core and Kingsfield and all that type of shit. I've been enjoying that. Bot. I mean, I follow a lot of people. Well, I mean, they're VTuber, like they just have a fucking VTuber rig. That type. I'm not into the corporate ones too much. I'll watch Mr. Radon sometimes, like when I'm going to bed. I'm not a big fan of some of the Redeem stuff, although it's cool they do it. but I like watching just kind of the variety of retro stuff. TSM the odd one, I used to follow him from the League days. I like watching him. I like watching kind of just more genuine people. Just kind of just playing games and stuff. It's a good one. It's kind of variety streamer. Been watching a little bit of Margot, a little bit of Mint Castella, a little bit of Meat lately. Those are also kind of like, they got a VTuber rig thing. There's some people I sort of watch. Cherno. I like Tapioca. That's a good one. He does like Yakuza speedrunning, but he also does entire like console playthroughs. So like he did all the GameCube games, now he's doing all the Xbox games. He's pretty chill. There's a shitload of other ones off the top. Off the top of my head on. No, I follow enough people where they'll pop up and I'll just watch them. I need to start unfollowing some people too. A lot of old speedrunner ones that don't do it anymore or don't want to watch too bad. I mean, obviously there's other people in here, like Sam or Ripper, but they're not on all the time. Unless Sam was doing a 100 golden piggies fucking run yesterday. I went to bed listening to Amos Roddy music while they were fucking going for piggies. I don't really talk in a lot of streams, so I don't mind if it's not like something I can shoot the shit in, or like a lurk thing for me where I just kind of chill. You like people you can talk with? Yeah. I'm not the best option on that then. Most of those streams are pretty high views compared to like here, you know, I mean everything's high views compared to here, but like those are, you know, mid to high views. Some of them are a little lower, but I mean it makes it harder or less hard to talk to certain people. I definitely don't check any, most of those are bad recommendations though. Too many. I mean, I have a lot of people that are like low view, but that I watch. But because I just don't talk. I lurk. I just don't talk because I'm talking all fucking day. If I'm off stream, I probably not want to fucking talk like that much, right? I have like a very different thing on it, right? You know, I watch VODs most of the time. I don't even watch live. I'm like, I kind of want to watch this person. I'm in the mood for this person. You know, a certain energy. You know, I'll just go watch the VOD. Yeah, those are streams I've been enjoying. But I follow quite a few people. Mind you, I don't watch them all. There's gonna be a boss at the end of this. I don't have any sappies now. Why are you thinking one of these? Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, I didn't get any prompt. There's definitely people who've probably quit or moved to other shit or changed their stream or something. I mean, just as much as there's new people that jump in. Pipe Man Misery. There's one guy who joined, stopped streaming, joined our circles for like a year, and then just one day ghosted all of us. Yeah, I mean it's just something easy to do with social media. Like there's people in here who were regulars like, you know, 8 years ago, never seen them again. Some people are regulars for most of the time and either pissed them off a certain way or maybe just a certain kind of opinions change and just not seeing them again. It's just the same kind of shit. Appreciate everybody who chills, man, but yeah, it does happen. It's not like there's less people streaming than back then. It's like you just kind of have to search and you don't have much of a need, right? Like I'm usually not like looking to find new people, but if somebody just happens to recommend people, I'm like, oh, I actually really like watching this person maybe, or some shit, right? I think it's one of those things you don't know that you'd like to watch some more people until it kind of starts, you kind of just have them pop up, sort of. Yeah, it depends what you're in the mood for, too. I want to get the max XP. Oh, really? Yeah, I hate that shit. It's like, wow, somebody wants to actually have a conversation on stream. I mean, it's like, I get it if it's like in a certain like context. But like, I'm here, I'm about like conversation and like hanging out. Somebody would want to come in here and even like talk a lot. Like obviously there's always like a limit, right? Somebody's like, you know, having like a schizo rant for like 10 hours. I've had a guy like that in here. You know, eventually we had to ban him. That was the day we were just waiting for him to say something fucked up and he did. So. But it's like, yeah, I just don't really have a problem. I mean, conversations are generally, in reality, more than a sentence or two, right? Especially depending on the topic. So I think that's fucking stupid. People have these like weird taboos of like stream culture, and they get it so ingrained in their brain that they like. It's like using your own emote in somebody else's channel. Like I could give a fuck. It's fine. You just like the emote, especially now that the emote culture is so different. Like, yeah, some people will go into streams and spam them as the first thing they do to, like, show off their emotes. And, like, that's kind of trashy, but it's like, I'm having that, like, having a real conversation, right? It's just like it's not like a branded emote even. It's just like, whatever, man. Like, I think little things like that, it's just, you know. I think having a line limit's even more petty, but. Especially if you're in a slow stream, like a small stream where we're just shooting the shit. Like this one. I mean, if you've got like a social thing or something. Whatever, that's fine. I mean, you can't help it. It's a general rule of thumb or something, though. I mean, you know, sometimes things boil up over a long time. Somebody does something they don't realize for too long, and it's just kind of like, you know, some deal, but didn't really. Not too many panic. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about streaming too, is like, you know, it's not hard to go look around and find somebody else. I mean, people don't look around that much, especially not at like lower view stuff, but it's like, you know, I mean, everybody's got their little issues. So streaming are there for entertainment as much as anything. So like, unless a lot of that overpowers the problems, you could just go leave and find somebody else, especially if you're like somebody who hasn't like, you know, spent a lot of time there. Like if you're just like kind of browsing. I mean, that's one of the things with streaming. Like somebody comes in, it's like maybe you're not on your A game, maybe you're not starting the right kind of convo. I've had people in here, Goto, great example, who came into this stream and like fucking pieced for a long time and then just accidentally showed up again for another game. And now he's here. Because I think there was some annoying fucker in the chat playing when I was playing Ace Attorney, and that just like turned him off the stream. It's just like it happens. But it's like, yeah, it's understandable. You can't like just sit there and like give everything like 10 years or something. That's like, I don't know. A lot of it's, yeah, like little things or grievances, you know, little grievances or pet peeves. And I can't even blame that. Like, that sucks in reality or something. I don't know, but like, you know, outside of the stream, but it's like on stream, it's like, you know, you're not looking for your, you know, it's not like, you know, one chance to find a good stream or something. It's entertainment. It's those little things. I can't blame people for being like annoyed by little things like that. Like me just stopping here is probably enough to piss somebody off. But as a streamer, it's like I don't care. That's just what I do. I mean, is there still like a skill or like I could do better at certain things for sure, and I should always try to. But you know, I value the conversation. If I don't think I can play the game and focus on the conversation when somebody's legitimately trying to have a fucking conversation with me, then I'm just gonna stop. That Twitch kitten. Imagine looking for entertainment. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, I think it's okay to be a little petty with what you want to watch, right? There is so many options, so many streamers, and oh. Harvest Man. I mean, it sucks on like a personal like level to someone if it was like a different situation, but like you aren't walking up to someone, watching them play their music or something, and you're like, ugh, and you walk away. It's like it's very anonymous, right? You're browsing, you're window shopping, you know? It's like little things. It's like whatever, you just experience. Like it's a totally different way of like interacting with somebody. Sure, yeah. Like I said, I mean, I'm a lurker type, so it's a little different. I mean, most people I'm, really gotten to know are gonna be like people who are in this stream, so. Yeah, I mean, it can be, if you just find the right stream where you can just casually talk, it should just be something that's natural, not something that's like you have to force or mold yourself around like a stream culture. I mean, there's always like concessions and shit, right? You know, you're like saying a lot of fucking slurs or something, you're probably not gonna really be able to assimilate into a fucking stream very well. At least not one that's gonna be around long, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of people who stream, you know. If you're like a heavy stream watcher, I would definitely recommend just browsing around, you know. Start with maybe a certain kind of game, or like if you don't like certain types of streamers, right? You know, they wouldn't play those kinds of games. That's probably a good way to do it. I think general categories like retro and stuff can be good for certain types of people and all that. If you want to find like a certain kind of focus, but just finding somebody who's like a conversationalist. Yeah, I don't know stuff. Kind of depends on the stream. Not everybody's willing to have a conversation about like anything. Especially have it feel like kind of genuine. I don't really like the performative type of that. Or like 30 people have some schizo rant about random shit. And the streamer's clearly like, you know, having a really force. I mean, that's a problem with getting a little bit larger, but it also just depends on the type. You know, you especially get like VTubing and stuff, right? You'll get your orbiting types and stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I don't care if somebody has a VTuber rig or not. I'm not into like idol culture, and I don't like the corporate type of that kind of VTuber culture. But there's just a lot of people who just have VTuber rigs, and yeah, it's like it doesn't bother me at all, right? It shouldn't. I don't. There's people who are really weird about that, but. So it's like kind of, it's not like a show, but there's like a little bit of a show to it, right? Where it's like, you know. Because there is like a rig, but. I don't know, it's kind of like a pseudo branding, but without too much of that. That's kind of the ones I like, where it's like, you know, there's like a pseudo branding because you are like this thing or whatever. But like, I don't really care for when they play it up at all. I don't give a fuck about what flavor of, like, you know, amoeba you are or whatever the fuck. It's just kind of like a fun thing, and then they just sort of play certain stuff or talk about certain shit. It's like any streamer, right? It's like whatever. I don't care. And there's people who stream in their camera black and white. There's people who stream upside down. There's people who don't have a camera. There's people who have a voice changer. It doesn't. It's about how you talk, what you talk about, what you're playing. I think the rest of it's just kind of superficial. Not worried about it. I should make a Harvest Man VTuber rig. Would you guys watch me if I look like that? No. Dude, Harvest Man's cool though, look at him. I guess all I'm saying is, like, if you're like like you can't find new streams and you're like afraid of like VTubers and stuff. It's like with entertainment. I'm so fucking bored, but I hate like 90% of every genre and medium for superficial reasons. I'll just be like, I'll get over it. Me, Harvest Man, body horror freak. Alright, turn it around. Go turn in this XP. I go all the way back. One of the weird things about this game is that it's like I'm maxed out on like juice here. These like big super dungeons. And I just need to like turn around and leave. Or when it's like smaller rooms and dungeons, you kind of be in a more central area and there you can come back to quicker. Luckily there's like no random fights or anything in this. The looking for entertainment thing though. Ironically, I feel like a lot of people don't look. Yeah. Beyond just like turning on what they know. The algorithm, man. The algorithm. Because I mean, there is like a level of like effort into like finding maybe entertainment or experiences that mean something to you. Or kind of scratch a certain itch in a special way. But you know, most people, entertainment is you know, time to relax, and then people want to put too much effort into relax. Yeah. I get it, just kind of depends. I guess I'm gonna go back down there. Low angle. Yeah, there's a lot of little things like like audio is a big one. I feel like subconsciously a good audio balance is a huge factor on like how much somebody's interested in what's going on. Like if there's like any effort to like hear someone or they sound a certain way, and I'm not saying I've got it perfect or anything, but I'll try to work on the balance at least. Have you heard a peak? Yeah, I mean a peak's one thing, especially like for screamer types. I mean some people really like watching people scream, but yeah, obviously audio. I mean conscious like audio, you know, discomfort, but just like, oh, you know, my voice is like 10% higher in the game. That's just like not enough. And I mean, some of that's just like a natural thing. Like, you know, I probably mumble a little bit more, so I probably am just fucked on some of that by nature. Not making like a conscious effort, but a lot of it's just like mic balance and shit. Like, I have a piece of shit mic. A lot of it's just software, but, you know, that's one of the few things I feel like decent hardware is actually kind of a nice deal on. I think cameras aren't a huge deal. But if you do have them, like, I don't know, it kind of depends. There is like certain looks behind people maybe that like affect things or how big their screen is and shit. Yeah, camera angles are one thing. Like higher angles, it's supposed to be like lower angles. It's like you're looking up. There's like a power thing, some weird power thing there where you're looking down on someone, you're looking up at someone, and where you're looking like directly on, like a more like maybe kind of chill, or there is just like a thing to it. I don't think about it. This is just where my fucking shelf is. And then over there, I just have it a little higher because the box and stuff. I generally like it when you guys are at a higher level or at the same level. I think it's a bit more comfy. Comfy maxing. I have a green screen, but it's I don't want to set up all the lighting for it, and I honestly kind of like just having the room because it just sort of feels more natural. You know, when you put the green screen on, it's a bit more of a production. It's a bit more. I mean, it's different. Like if you're like a VTuber or something, right? That's like an entire different thing, right? You're not using yourself, so there's not really much choice, anyways. But I didn't really have a whole lot of stuff behind me. I've only got. I mean, I've got a bunch of posters. I mean, you can't really see them. We put up a collage of shit and stuff, but we this Anohana one that pops up now, but it's not bad for the background. Some people min-max the fuck out of their camera view. My fucking chat is being eaten by Firefox. Yeah. No, I mean POS in like the sense where, you know, like if you're really trying to min-max like the level of like quality and like control you have, I still think it's good. I think there's a huge diminishing returns on that kind of hardware, but like yeah. You know, there's only so much I can do for like a certain sound, right? How much of it's in the software and how much control I have over it directly. I've not had a big issue with it. I use like a shitty old Logitech C920, which I do think is a bigger piece of shit. I just don't think webcams matter as much. My C920, I have to artificially like lower the brightness in here, and it makes it like less clear, and I have to adjust the fucking settings every single time because it just doesn't save, and it's all fucked. And yeah, there would be a probably better camera where it's like I could still be small, be more clear, have more interesting lighting going on, and then have like a decent frame rate on it and stuff like that. A good frame, yeah. I like the minimalist look. I just have a black framer on mine. It's literally just like black lines. Just threw together like a square. But I also like kind of making sure to maximize the game. Which maybe is to the detriment of the stream, I don't know. But that's just how I like it. It's kind of people I'd rather attract here. Whoever is interested in the game as anything. I don't need it to be. Even if generally I think people's eyes gravitate towards the camera more than the game sometimes. I don't need to be like overtaking the game in a crazy way. I don't like too big of a frame, too wild of a frame, too many on-screen elements, stuff like that. Probably too much in the background. I wouldn't mind. It looks probably brighter than it is in here. It's very like dim amber, but like the camera just makes it look like I've got a bright like white light. I wouldn't mind an even darker light, but I would need a stronger camera for that. So what is all this? I don't think it will be. Maybe. I mean, most of the pathologic devs, I guess, have like some of the importance have like left already. I don't know. Maybe it is. I mean, maybe it will be. I don't know. Maybe it'll be just fine. But there's enough weirdness going on with Pathologic's future that another IP, I don't know. I'll just see who's there. Nice lady. Oh, I thought they were gonna give me an item. Yeah, there's people playing Pally right now. The masters of bullshit at work. For Microsoft and Blizzard. It's like the casual guy. Nice to finally meet you, Sam. Might get suckered in. Be nice if that was included in Game Pass. Maybe I'd play through the expansions, but not gonna fuck with it otherwise. Oh, this is the eyeball we saw on the shitter. Yeah, That's good. Join me, roaches. Join. Never been a huge paladin gun. I mean, I don't got a problem with it either. Baseball cap. Yeah, is there a type with baseball caps? Okay. And usually I would say the baseball cap is code for hair loss. This guy. People just like, I mean, I'll wear a beanie sometimes. Some people, that's just their look. And I've never been a baseball cap guy, guys. I mean, I was gonna wear one for the trucker stream when I did the trucker hat. Right? Yeah, it depends. I mean, some people maybe they're like thinning enough where they'd rather have their look be like a hat. Maybe some people just like wearing a hat. What about a trilby, bro? Little fedora action. Is that the modern? I mean, I agree. I think people should just get over it. He's gone. Better to accept yourself and what's this? I'll just use the medication. It's funny to look at and Game Freaked makes it obvious it's Pokemon. Tomorrow afternoon. Okay. 1 a day soup. I mean, I don't know. I think visual norms and all that change over time. That's hard to say to a certain extent. I do think, as we are now, unless you can really rock like a thinning or like a balding look or something, that's not the best behavior. The hand you dealt. I mean, I thin for sure. This camera is different. There's a little bit, no doubt. I got no problem with shaving it at some point. I think the thing with like balding is like you just slowly it changes, so there's like a cope. Or it's like not too bad or something. Cocky. Who are you? The padded jacket. Relaxing. And yeah, boss tick. Boss tick. And he's movement. The boiler. So. Drain fly. I don't know who wants these plumbing tools. This is a labyrinth. Yep. I don't know if what we're doing is a good thing, but gaming kid, he's fine. Was he fine because he's always looking at his game instead of like up at the thing? Whoever heard of a crouch? Yeah. He hasn't looked over at this fucking friend. The hell, piranhas. Glorpo's Fantastic Adventure. Of course. What the fuck? He's talking shit on Glorpo's Revenge. I don't know who these people are. Jockey. Sewer jockey. Dick. I assume you have enough time in this game to do whatever you want as long as you don't like fool around in your apartment too much. It'd be kind of goofy. We just get cut off from the end or something. That looks pretty fucking serious. Not up yet. I'm Tickle the Friendly. I'm here to drink blood and make friends. Won't you just like take damage over time? Do I have like a permanent health loss or some shit? His health just went way down, man. And that's with the patchwork jacket. I don't want like a permanent debuff. I'm gonna find out what this dude does and then load it. My dude's gonna get wiped out all the time. He has like no defense. I'm curious what it is, but I'm probably gonna look up or not look up, but reload anyway. Really could give him away. You can apparently buy shit from him by getting friendship points. It drains all of your health but one. 50 HP drain for everyone. He gives you skills though. That skills. Transfusion. Blood jet. Tickle cheer. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I mean, I guess I won't reload though. I'll just give it to some guy. Not quite sure where. That upper boiler. There's just so many little different things you can do in this. I've been watching like another playthrough. Nothing before what I've been to, of course. Or nothing after what I've been to. like different details and party members and ways you can kind of solve things and shit. Cool. Let's see here. What do you call Henry? Weather music. Oh. This is more like a fungus. At least I'm not seeing anybody. Somebody needs these pipe things, surely. I've got so many of them. This guy. Hundreds of ticks. Don't wear it out. Take over for a minute, it's like, right? Jesus. Good luck, guy. Carol. Looking for someone. Guardian with a glass eye. Watching this guy's recording all like a satellite. I have to get something to watch, some security footage. I think the founder's supposed to be the chick who looks through our wall. I've killed Jasper. He turned into the telescope man. Who did not have music before 2.0. It's really cool music. So, well, she's been observing for a while, huh? So on the first floor. Maybe here. He's everywhere. Sludge everywhere. Give it a piece of our mind, maybe in more ways than you think. Well, I guess we should head back. And I just gave myself a little extra juice here. We could try to do like a boss fight or something. Like we're gonna pass much more time outside the fight itself. It was really weird too. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'll save and then come back and just like let all the spores hit my guy. Like maybe we've saved every kid too. Actually, go to the spoiler first. It's like a dungeon. I don't have to save it. Getting any closer, approaching the dragon's lair. Getting any closer would be foolish. Oh, I mean, they told me straight up. Let's go talk to the furnace guy and see what he thinks. Yeah, it's interesting. This like big dungeon is like completely quiet. I guess it's supposed to be all the different like, you know, dead body sounds and stuff chasing you occasionally. I really don't know this. Goodbye, whoever the fuck you were. Maybe if you just like hang out long enough, you can be friends. Don't need to be friends with this stinking nasty slug. I mean, if you were gonna play it anyways. For sure. That's one thing. Granted, buying something before it, I mean, it could be a 2-hour long expansion or something, but I mean, most likely it'll be a full thing. Just want to play Paladin. Everybody's got their own sense of worth. I've been through this whole place now. I say we've hit everything. Nice doggy. Too much jockey. Oh, check in later. Let's go fight that thing chasing us down earlier, though. Oh. Guess I already killed it. There's just that one thing flying around. Indigo hockey mat. Protect the wearer from death once per battle. Got attack power too. Do it. Time to go. What's up? I mean, I'm usually only listening to pure audio when I'm on the road for work, which is somewhere from 10 to 20 hours a week. And you know, I usually can't full focus when I'm out of the car, so it's even less than that. And usually during those moments, I'm catching up on podcasts I like, game news, or other kind of discussion stuff, and stuff like that. And then I just do music. Oh, my phone just decided it was updating something. Usually pretty good amount. I mean, I should just do one just to do it. Probably be interesting way to mix things up. Just try one. I have, I guess, Spotify through work. Access to a certain amount of audiobooks a month or something. Tell you what, though, the only book I really want to read right now is House of Leaves, and that is not an audiobook. You gotta really get that. I've got it over there. Could do like another Stephen King, or maybe just something else entirely. Maybe I'll try one. It'd have to be a slow week for news and all that, though. And a big week for work. I found this person in well, I was like randomly searching for vaporwave stuff, and this is not vaporwave at all. This artist called Droidroy. It's like all caps, all spaces. Really good. Kind of just running through their music lately. I'm not catching up on other stuff. Straight to bed, I guess. Coach King. Big friend, love you. We help, big friend. Good guys. Relax, relax. I guess the roaches auto leave your inventory. What audiobook? We've already killed Nestor and Raft. I remember you mentioning the one you had started recently, but I forgot the name. I'm gonna go pick up the object that I duped. Good guy, juice box. Everybody's juice box, everybody's. That's right, dungeon. Which was originally not an audiobook, right? Or didn't you say it? Maybe it was, and it became like what, a manual or some shit, or webtoon? New fights with monsters. I don't know what I'd want to start with as far as oh wow, that's pretty crazy. Penetrate them. Or stuff that doesn't actually require the written book, like House of Leaves. Wouldn't want to just do like the classics or something, but with reading, it's like there's so much to tap into that about anything. Bad to start with. Can I not save after coming back? Right. What did you want to be when you grew up? A gamer. I'm aware of Brandon Sanderson, and he took over Wheel of Time, was it? After what's his face died, or is it the vice versa? Yeah, I mean, I used to read a shitload of high fantasy, so if anything, I'd want to dip into like a godly one of those, or more realistically, probably mix and match genres. I liked reading Salem's Lot, but I don't want to be on like a Stephen King kick every time I read a book. I've got a lot of Poe I'm sitting with over there, and then I'm gonna do like House of Leaves and shit. If I had infinite time, I would just do that. I've had my Terry, the Shannara is like pseudo post-apocalypse fantasy series that I started a long time ago, and I read through all those and haven't continued. A lot of that's like high school. Yeah, I've only read one Wheel of Time and I don't remember it, so I'd have to restart. It's supposed to be good. I would like to get through the rest of my Lovecraft stuff. Pretty big fan. I've heard of Stormlight Archive. What I need to do is get a better pair of wireless headphones. What I need to do is order a USB-C to mini USB cable. The car, because I have to plug my phone into the USB port, I don't have a way to charge my headphones. That's the only problem with an audiobook, because I need to be like half focused when I'm not in the car. Because people come up and talk to me a lot. Or they could at any moment, so I was hesitant to get into something too crazy. I mean, I usually just pause it, but I'm the type of person with like media to not want to get too distracted, or I want to give it the right time of day. I don't want to like phase out on half of it. So. It does mean when I'm just chilling and hanging out, I'm usually just wanting to do something more mindless. I want to be fully focused on like high effort shit. Some random shit I wanted to check. There's the dude in the sewer. And I guess I could go to the painter. I just figured I'm gonna die. Yeah, it's like a little mix of everything, as I feel like kind of what I'd like to prime myself with. Do some like sci-fi, androids, Dream Electric Sheep or something. Although, I mean, I've seen Blade Runner and stuff, but I mean, it's a little different. Maybe some more mystery, some more horror. I've done the classic literature deal a bit. That's fine. I think I'm more interested because I don't read as much as I used to. Something that has a little bit more of a hit than necessarily something that's just facilitates like conversation or helps me understand references or influence or anything too historical or anything like that. I mean, obviously, I don't mind hitting the big boys as far as like different genres go, but like I read Crime and Punishment. And it's cool. Like, I mean, there's stuff to think about there and all that. I think his writing style with characters is kind of irritating, but I'm like okay. Did I get that much out of Crime? Did I talk about Crime and Punishment? Yeah. I mean, it's still interesting, but like maybe something like just more raw entertainment. I don't know. Yeah, I've heard they're very different. Like I've never read like Catcher in the Rye. Like maybe I would be like. I also tell myself like realistically, unless I like lose control of my hands or something, it's like books will I read in life. I read a lot back in the day, like I do with streaming now, but it was mostly life. Art of War. I mean, I don't want to just read and listen to shit just to like play at being like some fucking thinker or intellectual or something, but you know, as far as discussing stuff on like a stream or I like seeing like the influence of stuff or you know if there is something about those that's like that spicy. I'm not really in. I will say I'm not too into like nonfiction. I mean, like historical stuff. I mean, I don't mind learning about history, of course. I think in its own right, but like, I probably wouldn't just like. I don't know. I'm usually watching like a video or something if I want to get like a history blast. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, mind you. There's a lot of really good stuff there, but I have plenty of other current events or like history shit to dabble into. And with the book, I prefer something more made up, even if it has to do with like the real world or you know like a real issue, of course. I read Crime and Punishment, right? Yeah, it's not a fantasy thing or anything like that. But that's one thing that maybe it's just something about we're whisked away and like a narrative, like a certain product, a certain beginning, middle, end, not just kind of a learning thing. I mean, not that. Well, I say that, but you know, would want to read certain stuff to get frames of reference. Yeah, I don't know. Need to read more. I mean, I read a lot on stream, I guess. VNs and all that. Goodbye, guy. Man, Laurel shirt has crazy luck. Yeah. Oh, Terry Brooks, that's what. I don't know. I should probably hit like smaller stuff, smaller blast. I mean, most of the horror shit I read is small stories. I think horror really works well with small stories. Granted, you got your Stephen King. It's all long. Not all of it. He's done some short stuff. Yeah, no, with Stephen King, I was just looking for something I've never seen adapted from his stuff. So I read Salem's Lot. Good. I feel like I've talked more about Salem's Lot than I have Crime and Punishment. Its actual content. I don't know. Maybe I'll read like Pet Cemetery or some shit at some point. I've got Rose Madder over there, but that's just because I borrowed it. I mean, I'd probably want something really experimental and ballsy, and it wouldn't have to be popular, like for raw entertainment. Problem is when you're not like super jacked into the industry, that kind of stuff's harder to find. Yeah. I mean, I believe it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that much about his works, but I have no desire to read something that's not finished. I could read 10 million things that are. This goes for pretty much anything, like games. A rare exception because I am so just kind of into the industry. Like that's one of those exceptions. Too. I don't like watching shows episode by episode. I'll do seasonal. I feel like there's more of like an end. But I'm really usually okay just waiting for the next season, doing a few seasons in a row. A lot of these shows just die, right? Which sucks too. I mean, some shows are made to just be like infinite seasons. So it's not as big a deal. Or they're episodic like the Twilight. Star Trek. Movies usually don't have that problem. Manga and stuff, I just want to get the whole thing. Usually not going minute by minute. It's just kind of like I would never read a Song of Ice and Fire because it's never going to be done. There's exceptions. Like I want to read Berserk and it'll probably never finish. But like Berserk has so much actually there that you're getting like a whole experience at some point. Like maybe at the very end it's like what sucks it's kind of done, but like like I really want to read. I think that'd be like super up my alley. It's super influential. For sure. That's probably the manga I want to read the most. No audiobook in that. I can't remember all the old high fantasy I've read, which is funny. There's an interesting one where it was like each book was like some kind of different. It was this like big like deep dive into this like unique kind of magic system. It was like black, white, and like gray or some shit, and like how these people would exist in maybe more of like a kind of like an alternate fantasy thing, and how the magic like worked. Now, some books would be like 200 pages of them just being like a blacksmith, and then just kind of like learning how to use like this funky magic. He had like 20 books in this series. I can't remember what it was called. They were entertaining. They were all pretty much their own thing with different characters. I think some carried over, but it's been so long since I read some of these things, and some of them didn't finish either. I can't remember the names all the time. They'd be sitting at my parents' house. I have a shitload. Most of those I actually got from my grandpa. He was big into high fantasy. Nowadays, I mean, he still reads. I don't know. But yeah, probably fucking read all of them. Narnia. Yeah, see, me reading something like that would be interesting because it's so popular. The problem is if I only feed myself pop culture shit, then it's like, yeah, I could talk pop culture, I guess, easy on. And then sometimes popular, I mean, pop culture does not mean just bad, but you know, there's a certain extent where it's like across all these different mediums. Like if I'm only hitting the stuff that people know, especially when I spend so much time on games doing like everything, that I'll never kind of really find the things that really scratch the itch for me. But I mean, that's part of this, the itch scratch that is for like mediums that I goes hard into. I'd say music and movies are probably my runners up to games for actually diving a little deeper. I mean, I always try to dive deeper, but like actually having like an amount of stuff I've kind of gone into and found kind of we put in effort into a bit more. It's like manga and pretty much just barely touch. Well, I mean, I guess I watch a lot of anime. I did. That's up there. I would say, yeah, my anime is pretty high up. I don't keep up with the pop culture anime anymore, but I'm gonna try to do a little bit of everything. But the thing with video games is they're extremely time intensive. Probably the most time intensive, I'd imagine, like classic just entertainment medium I can think of off the top of my head. Like, you know, you just kind of consume it. You know, if there's like books and movies and anime and, you know, TV and fucking just music and video games, like expressive, you know, kinds of forms that you actually could just take in casually at your home, right? I mean, like, there's like art and everything. There's a million ways to express it. It's not just like medium cemented in the ground, but video games are like very intensive time, right? It ends up meaning I don't get to do as much of the other shit as I'd like. You know, like if you're into movies, you can watch a shitload of movies. Books maybe a little harder. Anime is not too bad. Your average show's like 4 hours, right? So, me being someone who like tries to like finish every game we play too and discuss them and stuff, really. Part of the side effect is I don't finish. I don't get to do a lot of the other stuff, and the streaming makes it even harder, right? Because I could be playing a game and like listening to an audiobook, something chill, or watching a stream on the side, and you know, maybe you could like kind of do some shit or do some music to like a chill game, but I'm locked in. Which I mean is generally how I like to do things, anyways. Why I don't like watching movies like with people that much. I mean, I will, especially chill ones. On a Discord, I like doing it, but I mean like physically next to someone, unless I am just there to talk over the movie. It's like I usually like want to be locked into the movie. I like get the full deal, immerse myself in it. And how I like to go at entertainment, art. Depends, of course. Stuff like Discord, it's easier because you just you know, if for some reason you're like super locked in, and we don't we watch some stuff where we're locked in, so I mean, but there's like a certain, you know, disconnect, right? I could just focus. There's nobody in my room or anything. Pop culture and genre touchstones. Yeah, more genre touchstones, kind of what I mean. More what I'm into. Maybe some historical stuff, like classic literature. I mean, maybe even some actual nonfiction. Maybe I should try some more. But I mean, it's not like I don't dabble in history. Not to mention, I have a lot of people, like, you know, last year or something, who likes to talk about history and all that. You know, learn a lot from that. I don't have much generally I can say back. I'm not as well read, but Halo novelizations. Yeah, I will say that I'm not too interested in like certain IPs. I'm sure there's some really good Star Wars or Halo books. People who related the Halo books a lot back in the day, but if I'm getting into like some medium that I don't like delve into as much as I'd like if I had infinite time, it's not gonna be something some fucking multimedia franchise unless it's particularly special, or you know it's like the original of something like Android's Dream Electric Beep. It's like, okay, you know, it'd be interesting to go from a movie to a book. I've never done that. See the difference. But like, you know, how fucking Django Fett, whatever, Boba Fett got out of the Sarlacc pit. I could give a fuck, bro. I'm not reading that shit, dude. When I've got a million, I got like my House of Leaves and all that. I still wanna do. It's like, nah. I don't mind genre touchstones. I think, especially for you know talking about stuff on the stream, it's valuable. Not that I'm just do things to like get like, you know, social currency is not the right word for it. That'll be the conversation ammo. But I mean, you could have two birds, one stone, right? I read things I'm interested in that also maybe has something on the stream. Granted, the things I want to talk about the most are things I'm like giga hyper interested in. But it's like I like whatchamacallit a good bit. Salem's Lot. Made me think about pacing and slow burns and stuff. But I think everybody should read more. Important. We do a lot of VNs on the stream. That's one thing. Oh yeah, I was gonna read Alice in Wonderland at some point. I planned on doing that on the stream before doing American McGee's Alice, but I just didn't feel like ever at that moment I wanted to play Alice. That's another like giga influence one. The Martian, not the one with the movie adapted, right? With fucking what's his ass? About said McConaughey. It was Matt Damon. I've seen the Matt Damon one. I'm just at the point in my like general media. I mean, with video games, it's a little different because I'm pretty into the industry and spend enough time on it. I can play the popular and the obscure, but there's something really ballsy, really unique to books, really experimental, really pushing a boundary kind of thing. That'd be cool. Or just something just by God to your like, even if it's like a genre thing, like something really fucking hits some shit. Yeah, and that's the thing. Some of those kinds of things are hard to find out because it's not mass appeal. Well, I want to see what happens if I go up to the furnace, but I guess I could just reload and go grab the dude again. Maybe I should go talk to the boiler guy. More granular. I mean, that's just how it is with the book, yeah. The level of detail and the time. It's probably Salem's Lot hasn't had a good adaptation. It's like, I mean, you spend most of that book just getting a feel for a small town, Maine, and, the culture and shit a little bit. So they can fuck everyone up. Patrick Rothfuss. This is an author. He's he knows how to appeal to the masses and like a generally high entertainment thing. Like no more bite to it than that. The modern Hollywood kind of author. Big Hollywood's always blockbusters. People consider smaller shit. Holy. Yeah. You gonna do that every turn? No way else, right? Music sucks though. Maybe you just like open up with a lot of damage. Holy. Cool music. Bring it back, man. Oh, am I just supposed to survive the fight? Defense race? Jesus. Nope. We got him. Cool boss. Iris. I think that was a fine amount of stuff to spend on that boss, all things considered. I'm gonna go save that. I mean, that's a story as old as time, right? You have a particular plan as far as the arts go. Popularity of the money changes it. Turn it into something that's more commercial, or yeah, baits people, you know, like your Star Citizens, or like a long form. Not a full heal. What did I get there? Did I get some weapon too? Furnace Edge. Jesus. A white hot blade pulled out of the heart of cool. Oops. Now I'm gonna optimize that. Furnace Edge just sounds cool though. What do all these little things do I've been picking up? Killing all these guys. Am I gonna sell them randomly? Do we make shit with them? Let's go make a sounds cool. Yeah, I'll have to get into one of them. It's no lack of desire. It's just video game, kind of the mix. I did get Hades 2 today. It is plugged in. We might even start it tonight. See what happens. That's the thing. It's like, I'll get through Hades 2. That's gonna be like 30-40 plus hours. So that's a few bucks. It'd be interesting to listen to or read a book about a isekai that isn't manga. But I guess light novels are that way. I mean, that's the same thing. I guess I've not read many light novels at all. That's more anime adjacent type of what else did that boss drop? I don't really remember what he dropped. Yeah, more anime adjacent. Types of like raw literature instead of manga. Not that there's anything wrong with manga, but have a different speed, if you will. I don't remember what else he dropped. The key. Oh, it was just the key and the edge, I think. I'm sure it depends on what you're getting into. I don't know about superior. It probably depends on what you want. For a lot of people, it's the escapism and the power of fantasy, not how would I act in that situation. I think there's enough isekai at this point where we could kind of just... There's lots of different takes on the genre and different goals at this point. Yeah, go cool. I think both are interesting though. What is this? The Venom Dagger. Every new item just keeps getting as cheap, then makes the other ones extremely expensive. Oh, I do think that the anime and everything in the world with isekai. It's become more of a common backdrop or like a fad or something that it is something to be explored in its own right. Now, granted, I'm not a big consumer of a lot of it. I mean, I've seen quite a few, but played quite a few things that deal with that kind of concept, but. In general, I think its popularity with that comes those kinds of problems, but it also comes with stuff that probably tries to dig a little harder into certain aspects of it. And then, I mean, any kind of, oh, this is Mutt. Easy of the key. Deputize me. Oh, here we go. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I mean, the influence of it all and what that spawned in other corners. Like, that's the thing about something that gets popular, like roguelites. It's like you get to see some actual cool roguelites and Souls-like kind of get made beyond just the ones that kind of trend set. Problem is you get a lot of slop too, so that kind of it's harder to find, but there's probably, if you really like the genre, more shit. Yeah. I mean, that's real. That kind of story's been around since the dawn of time. I mean, like your Alice in Wonderland. Oh, he sells bandages. What the fuck? But, not to say that makes it any less spicy, but... Pitchfork. Would you guys say there is a, because of the Japanese popularity of isekai, well, not just Japanese, Korean, I mean, just, it came out of the anime industry, that it's like sparked kind of some sort of like Western, in some mediums, like more acute writing style or interest in that kind of thing? Or do we just consider the Page Master isekai now because that's just the predominant way of people who like take in anime and manga as way to describe that sort of setup? It's like Alice in Wonderland, is that just isekai now? Or is there like a difference, right, between Alice in Wonderland and like modern isekai? Is it about the everyman? Is it about a certain kind of style of like moving going from one world to another? Or is there some kind of like new trend in Western media because of like Eastern genre changes? Well, that's not the question. I mean, sure. The originator's probably some fucking shit from 10 million years ago. That somebody wrote in their fucking basement or something, but yeah. I'm talking more... Is the new craze for isekai changed how the genre is like defined, or the writing style? Or does everybody just call the same? Just call it isekai. It's just, yeah, it's just genre defining. Yeah, I mean, it's been a thing in movies and literature for forever. That's a totally different story. I don't think anybody would argue that. It's kind of like how you can point to the original platformers or original something, but like something else, like a Hollow Knight or something like that, like recontextualizes it, or you know, reignites like a different kind of like push, right? A different way to look at it or to make one. Maybe Hollow Knight's not the best example, but I mean, maybe Celeste is an okay one, right? No, regardless of what you think about it, it's like, you know, it kind of like changes the genre, like you know, has its own like blast of like, or Stardew Valley, right? You know, it's something that originated way long ago, but then Stardew Valley essentially re-kickstarts the whole fucking thing, and now it's like stuff that is like in Stardew Valley's like shadow and its image. I don't know if like the modern isekai has like changed the entire genre along with like giving it a name, or if people are just writing the same shit they've been writing since Alice in Wonderland, and people just call it fucking isekai. I'm not read enough on it. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a really no offense. That sounds like a dumb thing to say. I don't think that's true at all. I think he's just not digging in the right spots, probably. I get what you're trying to say, but I just don't think that's probably true. I mean, is there some kind of something about like certain cultures having like more original ideas? Like maybe. But I think the human condition in general, people are making their own like ideas and different stuff. I mean, yeah, I'm sure some people are cribbing shit, but it's like, I don't. It's like you could say that like, oh, Dragon Quest and all that's because of like wizardry and D&D and all that kind of crap. But then it's like JRPGs are their own deal, and you get your stuff like Clair Obscur, and it's like, was that Western shit copying the Japanese, or is it the Japanese copying this just because one thing started it? Or and it's like, I don't know. I just don't think I don't think that is something even worth fucking talking about hardly. I just don't think it's true, and it's really hard to like really say that with any kind of certainty. Because I mean, Western media like copies itself just as much, or you know, I mean, you look at like your Edge of Tomorrows and shit. You know, it's just a manga, or like some of like Nolan's shit, like rips off of like old anime movies, and you know, like, it's all. But then on the other side, like Kojima copies his shit, or you know, a lot of people copy anime stuff. It was influenced by anime. A shitload of games and all that kind of crap. It's like, does it matter that much if you follow it back to like one point? Because I mean, you're always influenced by something. It just seems kind of like a hopeless thing. Like, do I need to crawl back through like Greek mythology or like the Bible to like say that like anime's cribbing the Bible or something? Like, I don't know. I don't think I subscribe to that too much. I think it's also extremely reductive to like individual creators in each place that tries to do a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, there's general stuff you could probably say about, you know, like Hollywood and Western types of like media, and I'm not saying it's like an impossible thing, right? I mean, some countries just don't have the means or the the institutions to be able to like just, you know, have like AAA games or something. But I mean, then there's a problem with AAA games, and that means they create something else. Maybe it does mean there's more iteration, but not necessarily. I think it's just kind of I mean, I guess we're not talking about, you know, that it's that way every time, but I'm really not saved right now. Please. I need to get some big thing. I just think generalizing an entire fucking population like that is really short-sighted. I don't agree with that. I get where you're coming from, but I think it's way too reductive and simplistic. I definitely think there are people who do that on every side of the fence. But as a whole, like maybe there's like a trend either way. But I think brushstroking, the whole deal is just crazy, right? Like I'm playing a game right now that's like an RPG maker, which is heavily inspired, like any turn-based RPG by like Japanese media, and this is like Western made in Canada. It's just like yeah. There's a lot like that. I think nowadays, especially with globalization, it's like it's kind of a pool of stuff. I mean, there's definitely things like that, but I think there's a lot more nuance that needs to be brought to the table there. You know what I'm saying? To be say like Japan has no original ideas is kind of psychotic. that's way too much. Not to say maybe there's not like trends that like, you know, like Hollywood's very influential, right? It's going to drip feed into all sorts of other movie making. You know, it's maybe as a trend, maybe on the top level, but there's always going to be people who are using mediums in unique, expressive, kind of individual ways, regardless of the culture. And yeah, those things are going to be influenced by everything else, but I don't know. I mean, just playing video games, like, you know, every video game I play is like a fucking different country, has like some, you know, maybe pulls from some stuff, but has its own voice, and it's just like, there's like no original ideas from certain past. I mean, maybe there is trends. I'm saying we're talking about like a little bit more nuanced than that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, then you can point to like open world cinematic games and AAA, Western AAA games that min-max, you know, game design approaches to make more money. And it's like, well, there you go. It's just, I feel like people's nature to kind of follow trends or follow the money more than it is like something specific to like a country or something. Not that I'm saying there is a little bit of that there. I'm not saying that everybody's some perfect baby who only has like uninfluenced original thought or something, but I think it's kind of a listen on the people who do try to have more unique voices, and I mean, be it through their culture or you know their other influences or whatever the fuck, right? I think comparing a Sekai to like the entire like indie scene of Japan or something is reductive. Would you want to be like every fucking thought you have be looked at as like what Hollywood or like Sony does? It's like no, you'd probably want to be thought of as like all of your more diverse artists, unique visions and stuff on top of your successful shit, but. Like yeah, I mean some locations have more of the means to be able to pull that kind of thing off, and you know, having the means and the education institutes and all that kind of shit. It's like, you know, maybe certain trends do happen. Who the fuck? Sure, come on in. What the? Helen. What's up, Helen? Now, if you were to tell me, I think that, like, the anime industry, especially maybe, like, out of Japan or, like, you know, light novels, manga, like, will attach to, like, a genre, like an isekai, and, like, kind of just run them into the ground, you know, I'd probably say that's probably, yeah. You know, I mean, kind of like how in the West, you know, IP attachment, like, reboots and revivals, like, you know, Jurassic Park and all this shit, and remakes and remasters, and, you know, certain genres like roguelites and fucking farming, and, you know, open world is like, you know, those are also trends that get min-maxed by, like, certain cultural values and stuff. Now, do they have, like, a different tendency? I'm sure. Each culture, I'm sure, has a different tendency to do that kind of thing. But that's something for some anthropologists to figure out. What do you mean? Oh. I don't know how their economy and everything is. Yeah, I'd be interested in learning. I mean, obviously they have something. I don't know how. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, certain places produce like the low level kind of like raw materials and parts and stuff, and some people rely more on like higher education and like use those kinds of things to create like products and thrive off of, you know, that part of it than like the raw industry. And I don't, of course there's something they do, just like anybody else. I couldn't point to hardly any countries and just be like, oh yeah, this is what they do, you know. I mean, they have a lot of. I mean, just like I mean, obviously, I've played games out of the UK. I've played, you know, watched shit out of the UK. They've brought over a lot of like music. I mean, wasn't AC/DC, Beatles, stuff like that. I mean, of pop culture. As far as like products, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to learn about like where certain countries like economic viability comes from, or a lack thereof. You know, I've heard. Can't remember the name of the place that kind of sold their rights to like a rare material, and they made a lot of money really quickly. But then, you know, the corporations destroyed their entire island and just left it pretty much to rot. Now it's supposed to be like a horrid wasteland. It's like, it's interesting to kind of see where, you know, your natural stuff can, the riches can take here. Well, I mean, within the UK, like, not just, it's not just there. It's like, I mean, in the past, it was about going and fucking like colonizing a shitload of places, right? I mean, they're not just that, right? So, and I don't think size means shit. Most of Australia isn't fucking populated. Most of Russia is not popular. Their economy's fucking horrible, but it's gigantic. You know, I think a lot of it is, it just depends on what you do with it. Germany was able to fucking go to war with like the entire world, and they're not massive. They just have like a certain kind of industry and a culture and all that maybe made some of that possible. I just don't know. The premise, I just don't know what you mean. Like relevant? They're just a country, like a major power that exists, and I don't know their economic makeup and the market and stuff, but I mean, countries of all different shapes and sizes that are relevant. South Korea is small, very big deal, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're not making a judgment call. It's just like, you know, what kind of complex economics, you know, dwarf size, and, you know, how has the UK changed over time, stuff like that. I mean, I think that's the importance of like culture and like, or you know, the government and organizing stuff. Because I mean, it's not just about like what you're sitting on, it's about what you do as well, and where you position yourself. I mean, some people like, you know, like Japan, like export culture, right? I feel like that's probably just because you don't know much about it. That sounds like a very American thing to say. Let's be real. I think it's more from ignorance than it is anything. I mean, not that I'm like I said, I don't know the full like economic makeup of stuff. You have to actually kind of do your research on that kind of shit. But I mean, I'm sure there is like an element of like legacy there, sure. But it's not just because like the royalty is famous or something, and they remind us of the fucking ye olden days, and I guess we better respect that. I mean, there's obviously like real products and real culture and things they make, and you know, the amount of people there, and like anywhere else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's a. I think that's coming from ignorance. Let's be real. And is once again extremely reductive to an entire fucking country of people. This is one of the reasons fucking people hate Americans. I think it's one of those things like what everybody in fucking the UK just like just has nothing going on. They don't produce anything. They don't do anything. They just ride off of like past colonialism. Like I don't think so. I definitely think there's like a legacy there, like a culture. I mean, obviously, you know, people care about and talk about like the royalty and all that, and you know, of course, past histories and greatness and all that kind of stuff does affect culture and how we view them, right? You know, especially if you're like a storied, like, you know, country. Like China's been around forever, Japan has, you know. Well, conversely, America doesn't really have those kinds of stories that only goes back a few hundred years. I mean, obviously, there's people who are either long before that, but the way they got treated, it isn't exactly something that's been assimilated into our grander culture. Like it would be probably in another country that's been around for a long time. I don't know. You're talking to the wrong person on that. I mean, I would just say, of course they do. Of course they can survive on their own. Of course they create something of value. Right? Like, they're not just like what appears in pop culture at your fucking, you know, supermarket is the only thing that matters in the world. But I'm just not like educated on it all. I would just say like, and surely, I just feel like it's common. But what that is, that's really all. But anything more, I'm just gonna sound like a huge asshole. I can't really argue something I don't have like a lot of. current stuff for. I just kind of feel like it's just sort of one of those way of the world things. I mean, I don't know how it's going over there to a certain extent. I mean, maybe there is economic turmoil and stuff like that. And, I mean, I know they were trying to maybe see about like taking back the Brexit thing and all that. Who knows? No, it's fine. I don't mind talking about stuff. It's just like, yeah. I just don't have much more. In lieu of looking like a turbo asshole, because I just don't have much else really to say on it. I wonder if this Helen's gonna kill anybody. I assume not. I assume they wouldn't hit me like that, but I don't know. They wouldn't even let me save there. It's like I have to go like explore a bit more to like find some of this shit. And I could go beat some dudes up here. I kind of want to like go through the basement more. Yeah, I guess it's just the wording. It's just the way you say it, or kind of, like I said, it sounds almost kind of like a reductive way of looking at like an entire people. When I think it's just more like, you know, obviously like a more general inquisitiveness of like, you know, how does their economy work? I don't know much about it, and you know, what are their major like exports and means of survival. I mean, you know, because a lot of these places too, it's like, you know, there's a size and an amount of people who live in places. There's a different, you know, kind of way people get by and shit. Say what you will about American stuff, but it's like most states have more than a lot of like countries do, so it's just kind of a different vibe. It's not that it's a worse or better thing, it's just kind of, I mean, it'd be something I would love. I wish I could just like learn more of all of that kind of stuff. I know what I know, so I'm not gonna like pretend I know more. And if I'm gonna go off of vibes, I'm gonna make it well known that I'm going off of vibes and like common sense type of shit. I don't want to have to fight, like I said, 2 bosses. It's fine. I just think it's brushstroking a little too hard. Right? Whoa. Not that I'm, you know, offended by you or something. That's just how I read it. You guys ever had to change a tire? That's something I think you always get a very different range of answers on. I've helped changing a tire before. I've never had to like go change one on the road myself. God, the gun just does so much more than any melee. Oh. Dude, he looks like this. Funny, because we might have never seen that. The lady said the sludge is actually from our neighbor. And now I can go save. I might go do that actually. I know it's all the way back, but I won't have to refight the boiler. I got a little lucky on probably some RNG there. If nobody died. I should probably explore that more. Superpowers? What is that about? I definitely have like a knee-jerk reaction to superhero shit. Maybe I shouldn't. Stuff that like goes against genre there's another Western addiction. Superheroes. Comics and shit. That I'm super tired of. Been running to the fucking ground. But like I said, anything that's gotten super popular has its really interesting takes on it. Not just genre like breakdowns, but genre, you know. Different ideas using that as like a springboard. Pale fluid. Maybe I could have mixed the pale fluid with the dark fluid. Yeah, see, I haven't seen my image yet. I'd wanted to watch it because it was like popular and people were talking about it, and I was like, oh, I like me a nice shonen, but I think the ship has sailed on that now. People seem to have issues with it. And this creating a elixir. Stimulant. Oh, he looks. Like 15 minutes every time I want to do it though. Focus on the efforts that superheroes would have to actually make to be the pillars to save the people would rather rely on the extra shock and awe spectacle. Yeah, than the power fantasy. I think that's once again kind of like a, you know, genre's got to be around for a bit for that to be interesting. Like a deconstruction or like a, hey, what if thing, but more realistic. I think that'd be interesting. I'd be more interested in that than like your average cape shit. But yeah, there has to be like an appetite. I mean, That's, I guess that's more for mass appeal, an appetite for that kind of thing. Probably, like people being tired of like the main genre. Like, hey, what if it was? I'm tired of thing I know. What if it was thing that was different? You know. And that's what's cool about, I guess, like the genres and staples and fad that have been around for a long time. You get that iteration, and then it turns into something completely different. The Reckoners. What's special about the Reckoners? I'm gonna try running into all of these. Oh, the mushrooms come back. I just like instantly die. Oh, fucking zombie, dude. I just lose control. Oh, what's even happening? Right. Isn't the boys like that? This is taking me further down. Oh, who knows? What's to happen? El cut him out. Maybe I'm just supposed to kill the infected. Too late to save him. Oh yeah, I was supposed to. I've had this thing. I forgot. This key. Iris key. Like having power, or just being on a level beyond your subject corrupts you? Or like some magical force of having powers beyond the average humans. The thing is, though, is like that would take so many different shapes. I assume there's not like a unifying force, because like Batman doesn't have like superpowers, so it's like what? It's just like having general power. You just mean like power corrupts, just generally? You never know with these kinds of things if there's some magical force to it or if it's just... I wanted to use this key, I don't want to forget about it. I also need to go back up to the top and fuck around with the key. It might be in Lyle's room is what I was thinking. Oh, I have to go talk to the fucking... Gotta keep... There's the fucking, what's her face, dude? Oh. I don't know if we could save the other guy, but whatever. Felipe. Save their family. Yeah. But I'm playing games. Oh, okay, I got you. I didn't know if you meant like some kind of puzzle area. Or torso. Like some kind of natural force that made people evil because they have superpowers. The magician. The master duelist. What in the... Yeah, 0 dual cards. Shit, dude, I gotta get some more cards. I mean, nobody's a mess. Nobody has played everything, and you only have so much time. So. I mean, could you be very carefully try to hit all of the touchstones of every medium and be like some super rounded to be able to pull off any kind of like surface and slightly subsurface conversation? Yeah, but I also feel like that would be kind of betraying your own personal interests in the development of that in lieu of like social acceptance and all that kind of stuff. There's a mix. It's a tightrope of all sorts of different shit. It's just it's like as much as I'd like to be able to talk about everything, and there are some areas of expression that I feel like I'm kind of a little bit, you know, less read on, you could say. I wouldn't want the desire to be in the know on everything, kind of trump everything else. Also, the stream, it's probably one of the biggest drivers, and well, you gotta play your video games for that. Not that I've ever forced myself to stream a single day of my life, but kind of comes with the territory. Video games, I get like a double whammy of like being able to delve into like some topics and mediums on a different kind of way. Than I would normally. I guess that's my my double whammy, right? You know, some people listen to audiobooks while they're doing something else. For me, it's like conversation and discussion to go with video games. That's fine. I've got nothing but respect for the stream watchers. Otherwise, there'd be nobody here. Too late to save Danielle. Is there an actual time thing going on here? There's a disc. Or shambler. Jean-Pierre. I gotta use Jean-Pierre. Kill him myself, Jesus. Who are these people? Great sword. The particle gun, World Tree's Bane. Old axe and adamantine wafer. Need a magnum and a paratronic resonator. This guy just bullshit me. Or a calcum. I probably totally miss all this shit. Claire. Spore brain. Hornet breastplate. The living room. 10 wood and 4 concrete. How the fuck does this work? How do I get this stuff, man? Is this just like a meme? No, in this game, it's probably just a fucking joke. Neptune. Might be able to go open some doors now. What is farther in me though? Okay. The Guardian. Shit. Fucking rifle reload. Of course. Magnum. Also the Ornate breastplate. Really tough, but the metal is quite cold. What does that mean? Maybe just pick up some like, mushroom or something. Mushroom cap, shield or some shit. Oh yeah, I like the fog. I mean, I don't maybe like the danger of driving that comes with it. Love me some Silent Hill fog. think it's supposed to just heat back up and kind of just be pretty plain out here. 40s, 50s. Fine with me. Why not? Mushroom cap shield. Cumbersome shield used by riot police. I'm guessing it's offhand only. I was like crafting, it just like takes in-game time, and this whole game is like on a timer. 15 days and then you're like done. So it's like, I mean, I can't like make that happen, but if I wanted to use all this, this wouldn't be worth the risk. Poisoned. Poor mama. I should have waited out the use. I missed hell. Things are looking good. That's huge. Damn. The mycelium cloak. Protects from stun and paralysis. Does this like tie is supposed to resist, helps resist most status effects? At this point, I'd rather just hard resist some stuff. This poison run out? I'm gonna just go back to base. Got a bunch of shit to do anyways. I'll take some rain too. All it is out here has just been kind of cold. Oh. What a good shit post, dude. I wonder if they would ever actually go back to your home. I thought it was too crazy, but I mean, I was like, the amount of stuff in this game, I was like, what? Like, somebody's gonna expand my room, like this late in the game, and then there's like a guy who makes super weapons and a whole card game. It's like, what the, there's a lot of stuff, and they put in the effort for some of the graphics too, but they were just all mushroom mimics, man. Damn, bro. Well, this is like The Seance of Lake Manor, where it's a timer of actions in a way. The timer only goes forward when you like do shit in your apartment, or if you discover a new area. So technically, I imagine if you don't just like overdo shit in your apartment, you can just do as much shit as you want because it's only new areas that forward the timer. But I mean, like cooking and all that kind of does it too. And you never know with the game, with the timer, how strict it's gonna be. That's really hard for me to like say. Like most games with the timer, it's hard to tell like truly how hardcore the timer is. Usually you have way more time than you need, right? Usually the games with like a whole game timer, in my experience, you're usually good on. Maybe it'd be hard for like 100%. But it's like lightning returns, right? That's on like a timer. But you have like way more time than you'd ever need. It kind of just depends on how you play. Like Seance of Lake Manor, the timer stuff for the turn, I guess the action economies really makes it special because then you don't just like exhaust every dialogue option on everybody. It's supposed to be like you pick and choose what you're gonna do. One off of like a bonus. Like right there, it's like I forwarded time, I guess. But if I ever go back in there, I won't have done anything. Yeah, like in that you just reset it and it's more based on like schedules, which I think is cool. Like time and things moving, you know, without you, I think is a really cool game mechanic. And you know, Pikmin 1's on a timer, and it's like I don't know if Pikmin 1's I really thought it added a lot. It's always like a sense of urgency, kind of like awareness of what you're doing. I think generally it has a bit more stress than I'd like in some games, than I really get anything out of it. But done right, it can be really cool. And I mean, technically games like Persona are on a timer, right? But it's like, those are pretty palatable. You know, you need to do things within a certain amount of days. You can't do it all, or maybe you could if you're really efficient. It gives a bit more weight to your choices, and a bit more thought into like how you plan things out. But like raw timers where you like just you can't sit around at all, instead of based on like actions or turns, that can be fine. It just kind of depends on what it is. But I totally get not being a fan of it as like a whole. 'Cause I mean, for a lot of people, video games. Never seen Helen eat. Ooh. Not risking dying, dude. For all that. I don't know. I'm fine. I mean, generally, I'm open to any kind of like different idea or take on stuff. I just like to see the experimentation. Do I generally with timers? I'm a little apprehensive. Is it really something I like giggle of? Not necessarily, but I'm open to like enjoying it. Right? Like XCOM 2 is a good example. Per fight, you have like a limited amount of like turn time. And I think for me, it made XCOM 2 super awesome on a per fight basis. And obviously, there's like a there's a limited amount of time in those games too, without like that you have, because you have to like keep threats down, and it's impossible to do it forever. But like the per battle timer, where you have a limited amount of actions you can do, or not actions, but time until it starts kind of kicking up. I thought that was cool because in that game, in XCOM 1, people generally will, because there's no timer, play very like slow and Overwatchy and just kind of like slow crawl their way through, and that can be cool too, as long as there's like mission variety. But it's like a timer you need to start, depending on how the game's made, of course. I mean, you could probably be able to do that with like the proper enemies and scenarios, but in that it's like, now you need to start using jetpacks to get in quicker and to get up on higher areas, be more aggressive, take risks. Maybe you gotta leave if there's like, you haven't got every side thing and little stuff like that. I think that kind of stuff is cool. Those are more short form timers, but like entire game wide ones. It depends on the length of the game too. Like entire games, like with Lightning Returns, it's ridiculous, right? It's a fucking whole JRPG. You would never know until you've played it, but you have like way more time than you could ever need to 100% it. But it just like gives you this sense of like, not in an immersive way, because I think the brain can still feel immersed by a limited amount of time that's not limited. It's just narrative. But like, it's just so unnecessarily, like, just to like soak in the world and do things. I think it can work in a game that long, but it needs to be more like surgical. Like you don't have time for the side quest. Like, you need to be focusing on the narrative, and like the ways they distract you, and like how the story goes. Like that just kind of works with it. But instead, you're getting like a standard JRPG, but with a story about the world ending in a certain amount of time, and it like actually will. And it's like, alright, this is kind of pointless. Well, like I said, I mean, stuff like Seance is really good about it. I think the idea of having like an action turn economies, like over a whole game, probably. Then you can really just stop and talk. Like I don't have to like be like, constantly. I mean, maybe that makes it a little less immersive on the time thing, but it's kind of like a halfway. It just depends on the game. But I totally get people not liking it. But yeah, Majora's Mask, that's a totally different. That's just resetting a world state and cycle more than it is like a fail state. It can have its annoyances. Hey, buddy. Yeah, I appreciate you. I'll be here. Restocking. Did I run out of shit? Okay. We also have the convenience store key. I kind of want to go to Lyle's room and use the spiral one, assuming that's what it's for. Meat world. I wonder if you have time to do every one of these dungeons even. Or if I shouldn't risk it. This is like a whole dungeon. Loot. Pitchforks damage. That's when the trick doesn't work. I've defeated the pancreas in 16 hours, it'll regrow. Well? Yo, what's up, Somber? I'm doing shit. I don't know what this is, but I'm worried I'm not gonna have enough time to like go through the proper progression in this game. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Maybe it'll be fine. Meat world, am I supposed to like kill everything here? One run? Yeah, I'm worried about it. I don't want to just have like a fucking nothing ending or something. because I'd like to explore it. I defeated the boiler. And then he dropped the key and I remembered Lyle had a door. That's kind of weird. That worked. Said they regenerate though. I don't know if that means I need to find like all the entrances or... I mean, I guess time just passes when you enter an area, so I could get back here freely. Unless time doesn't pass here like at all. Oh, fuck. Okay. Must be multiple entrances then. Meat World. It was the spine? Maybe it was on that? I don't remember if there was any big guy like that in the that area, or if that was just a preview of this. Maybe I need to refight the spine too. I don't know. It didn't say anything about that when I killed them, but I didn't kill everything there either. These seem very like stationary, special. And I've been noticing that my for going into new areas, my shit hasn't been going up really. I mean, that's good if they just wanted to add more stuff without changing the actual like amount of days, then it's like you kind of need stuff like that. Cause I'd like to see it. I probably won't do like a full replay. There. Liver. I assume I can like completely finish off Meat World. I still need to explore the maw. I've walked in there a few times just to get some XP timer stuff, but Maybe there's something like that and something like this in there. But I have so many things I need to go check in general. I think I'm kind of locked out of anything else. You must have to come in a bunch of angles. Because I've stood here before. I recognize that. With the telescope guy. I don't know if it's some weird percent chance or just there's some steps to do it. Well, I guess that's that for now. I have a lot of stuff I want to go check. I really need to unlock the elevator. I don't have to keep fucking around with this. Five, including this day? And this day is like maybe like halfway in, I don't know. Whoa! Into fingers. Great. I forgot that thing was cracked. Now he's got nothing he can do, really. Another pitchfork. Probably use the furnace edge too. Video games, bourbon on 12. Blank VHS tape. Huh. I wonder if there's anything else to this place. Oh, this guy just moved? Alright. Doing it all is actually probably not really hurting Sam. Never sleeping, sharing, eating, or playing video games. Yeah. Which is... I like the choices, the consequences being different, the randomization. I think it's a touch too long for me to want to like miss out on like entire cool things and just appreciate it all. I'd almost rather it just have more days or just fucking ditch the timer. Because there's plenty of replay value, I feel like, without it. But you know, between curse mode, different things you can do, party mode, like all that shit. I mean, some of that, the Giga side stuff is fine, you know. That's just, I guess, maybe how I play, mind you, but 29, I did get Neptune recently. I mean, it's not like I wouldn't have a good experience anyways, and maybe just running out of time is fine. I don't know how the game works. Yeah, exactly. The days last longer. I like that element about it. Where it's like I can walk into a bunch of areas and go back and clear out old bosses and stuff, and it doesn't really cause any issues, right? What was it? 29? Uranus and Earth. Oh man, I can't do that. Oh really? Huh. Thought it was 15. The clock moves like 15 every time I do crafting, but maybe the clock isn't that accurate. In the back it's just the graphic. Saturn 146. If I can add up to this. Yeah, I mean, I really like it though. It's really good. Great game. I need like a 7. Yeah, see, I shower every day and brush teeth. I was like, maybe I shouldn't. I should just wait till he says something. I don't know what morale and like what hygiene comm and all that really does. I don't do video games anymore, yeah, or crosswords. But obviously sleeping takes a lot. So I mean, with sleep, do you just not come home? Because you get locked into the house at some point if you come back, right? You would have to just play the whole game with consumables. But it's like, it's fun to go back and talk to people and see events and do shit like that. You have to actively ignore them. Well, that's the thing, with the limited amount of time. Might have to. But I guess let's go around the replays. I don't know how big the sun is here. I'm just gonna put in all these. Pluto I found out was 5. Oh really? Huh. What are the downsides to not sleeping? I mean, obviously you need to come back to bank all of your XP, but I guess you could time it perfectly where you come back, bank it, save, and then go walk out. And then spend time from 22 to 4. I assume there's like some status effect. Maybe he falls asleep more often or some shit. Oh, really? Okay, so these just items and auto attacks. I'm sure people do it, like all content runs or something, or exhaust all possible content or some bullshit. Or maybe there's like endings tied to it. I don't know how much Venus is worth. Oh, minus 50% attack. It's like a party member playthrough. I mean, it sounds like you just wouldn't want to do it unless it was just for like the challenge. Like the all says a long list of things that just ruins. Yeah, I'm gonna shut. Interesting. All out of fish. All out of chips. See, I'm kind of holding back on. All these warbags are. I don't remember what I was gonna say. I'm getting low on this day. Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna use this simple key. I still haven't found the safe code, but this is that kind of game where we'd probably end up just missing some of that. What am I gonna do? Yeah, I don't judge. Sounds like a pain. Do you have to like RNG like certain party members, or do you not even have time for that? I mean, I know you can give like a sandwich to the guy in the F1 and all that kind of stuff. I've seen somebody with the janitor looking dude. I never saw him, so that must be like time sensitive. Oh, really? That's funny. 24 hours fucking zwonk. I haven't seen the face guy again. Maybe I was too slow on him. I really need to just focus down the main progression. I'm worried that if I go into like your meat worlds and your all that kind of shit, that I'm gonna run out of time to do the main stuff. I'm the type to like to do all the side shit, you know, first kind of guy. But time. Oh, fights don't burn time? Oh, okay. I should always do them then. I figured they would. Just resources, yeah. I have free ones. It's just about how you spend your Your apartment time, really, am. Got all your treasure. That's it. I mean, I guess I could kill her. I just thought she'd say something. Maybe if you unlock every single door, some shit happens. Really, the pitchfork's fucking damaged, brother. I just fucking equipped it. Melee weapons feel like a little overboard sometimes with how easily they can be damaged. And guns are just like way better. And so many of these like melee weapons have like very specific like abilities they can even do. Okay, maybe I should good stuff on it, but spear. And the spear. As long as they're dropping enough, it's not a huge. The fucking spore place was pretty funny. Yeah, I've got a few of those. It's nice. I don't know about stuff like Furnace Edge though. I don't want to use duct tape on some of these okay ones. I feel like the pitchfork's probably not like high god tier, but are they fragile? In general. I just wanted to have like a mix of damage types really, but fine if I don't. Put on the spear when I'm running to boss. The thing about this game is I love the visuals. They look so awesome. Everything's so cool. But I could not tell you sometimes when a boss is happening and when it's just a normal dude. So like swapping like for the occasion, kind of rough. A lot of JRPGs have the ability to swap weapons in combat. Not this. Maybe we're just gonna start seeing more pop up. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. It's not an amount of uses, it's just a percent chance of stuff. I never use any of the really risky shit. And then here I am still like most of it broken. It's just that penetrate does like I could breaking it off on like some fucking generic stuff. What else was I gonna do? Wanted to open up a door in the basement. I'll stay at first. I could eat, but I don't need to waste any time. It's just one of those things where, I mean, yeah, it depends on how many weapons you can buy, I suppose. That's why they're probably cheap, but... You know, the gun's never gonna have an issue. I can just use the fucking war rifle forever. Yeah, if you run out of ammo, I guess you're like completely fucking out. There's enough alternatives. Biggest deal. I guess there's enough alternate weapons. It's not gonna make or break a fight, I suppose. But yeah. That's why you got the duct tape. Save your best shit. I've not found info on what the sun is. Equal sign. Uranus was 28. Earth was 29. Neptune was 16. We need another 13. Oh, Sun is 13. I was like, because I was about to start testing them all in the general range. I hope they would be. Sun 13. Okay. That's how I got the other one earlier, but I only needed to test a single one at a time. Put this back. But they're not permanently. 18. Oh god. I don't know if we got that now. Now the evening. Money note. Crumple note. Up here we're out of blank tapes. It doesn't look means for this should cover it. What just happened? I have to find out which one is the one that's looking outside. Panopticon. Do I even have any fucking thing on him right now? Oh yeah, do I have this? Maybe I shouldn't kill him. I mean, he wasn't reacting to what I was doing. I don't know what recording does. I was like, I'm just gonna make her do nothing. Place something in the seat. Yeah. I could imagine what's about to happen here. I've been holding this fucking gerbil since the dawn of time, man. Maybe we use the gerbil to figure out, whatever. This is a low moral run already, man. throw him in, dude. We had a good time together. Which one's the right one? Fuck. Oh. Poor fucking bastard, man. We did this fucker dirty. Cinnamon. Wonder if Cinnamon can make it through this any other way. The chance to hit with that acid attack must be pretty low. Jesus. The only shops that truly replenish each time are the door ones. Okay. Why did that turn into a lock all of a sudden? Did you see that? That was weird. We're 18. Any of these we've like not discovered? Venus. I discovered Venus. Agreed. Mars is 2. Jupiter is 95. Pluto is 5. Jupiter's way too high. I must need to change this one out here. Somehow. I'll come back later. There might be more. I mean, do I have all of the... I technically have them all. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Pluto. I'll got all of them, but maybe there's like some special ones, or like the moon. Crap. Well, we have another offering. Beef and taties. I have Earth, Mars. Don't have Venus on here yet. The number for it. Jupiter we have, Uranus. Got Neptune, I got Pluto, I got. Negative, I don't have anything, so we need Mercury and Venus's number. I mean, probably should get through the bottom area and get to the elevator so we can fool around in that one room. Oh, I got the key for this lady. She could restock. I guess it's like she's restocking so we can talk to her some more. I don't know where that eventually goes. Maybe we'll have to wait till tomorrow. Should I stop back by the sewer and talk to the fucking school kids and shit? Not that far. I don't want to make like too many trips. Nothing changes here. Not gonna do it again. Because this is a new day. I don't remember what I got from this guy either. I think he gave me some. Okay, that seems fine. David's a good teacher. There's so much cool music in this game. I need to pick up the OSD. I think it's really cheap, too. But the problem is it doesn't have all the music, and there's so much music that I know they've added in 2.0 because I've watched like a little bit of a 1.0 run. Like I said, I've been watching playthroughs of this, but just like the first half. I don't want any. It's just cool to see the differences. I watched a little bit of like an old, not a 1.0, but like an older one, and I was like, man, there's like so much music missing that adds so much, and all the different art and stuff. So. It'd be great to have a soundtrack that like has it all. And I did the map bit here. Oh, no, I did not. Well, that's something else I need to do. I need to go upstairs. I knew I forgot something. Holy status effects. I don't know what this code is here. This room still. I need to take that off the notes. I should be writing more notes. I'm gonna forget places. Like just now I said I was gonna do something and I forgot. Oh, the other ice place. There's like some loot I wanted to get. I'm gonna run all the way back just in case there's something there. It's not that far. I'd rather get like as much shit as I can that's just like cleanup done before saves and all that. I have to think about it. Wake the blood. Yeah, like I want to clear this mall out, but I mean, it's like I know I need to keep going farther around the bottom to get to the elevator. I don't know if I need to clear them all, right? Much as I'd like to. I mean, there could be like another disc in there or something, right? There's been discs and all the side shit. But we'll get there when we get there. I never figured out what this was. I almost forgot it existed. There's supposed to be a weird thing in here. I tried getting in, but we'll figure it out later. Unless they have like a design, is this like the number, the combo? No. Might just be a cool room then. And this is the one with the code. I don't know what it is. Unless it had something to do with something else. I've got all these too I've been picking up. The pipe. And I thought it'd be this guy who would need them, but nothing. He won't take plumbing tools. Maybe there's somebody else later. You wanted the recording. So now we just need one for the main guy. He wanted like writing, I think. I do wonder if I could make some more sapper charges. Just one detonator still. Makes me wonder if there's still one more somewhere not in that area, maybe. Part of the holy meat. The code. I didn't hear anything. I knew one of these two was gonna pull that shit. Underbody. Yeah. Nice miss. So funny. Strange creature cowering from the light. I like flash a fucking... I was trying to see if like this would react it. This is the car. Shotgun and ammo. Damn. Double barrel. You gotta reload this shit a lot though. Double blast. Point blank double. That'll be your backup option. How the fuck do I get this? I gotta write this. Maybe you need like a certain party member. I need to go get a drink. I'll be right back. But nothing happened. Alright, well, maybe I'll find a way to get this later. There's nothing I can really do right now. I do wonder if there was way more dashes. And I should go back just in case and grab another detonator. Explosion thing. Maybe you're supposed to assume they're all for the same area, but... Would these devs hide a secret? That you have to blow something open somewhere else. I would hope that if they did, it would be marked. Like I could go click it. It'd be fine. Stewart. Big hole. Heard a voice say ow. Alright, let's do it. I do wonder if you only get the prompt, like with that one spot where I found the wall, if you have one in your inventory. Because if not, I'll just test places and then it's fine. If we kill all these guys, then it'll help us. Holy. This game is awesome. There's so many unique fucking dudes. Crazy. Police, yeah, I got the police dogs too. Reckless driving. This flower squirt does crazy damage. I wish you would pick up more marbles, man. It's like you want to use some of her weird marbles and shit. Just at all, just for fun. I just do it for fun sometimes, and it's like, dude, you're just fucking out, man. I mean, I feel like Sophie's best quality is the chaos thing and the status effect. But, man. Those are, chaos just doesn't work on so many bosses I've done. Or it just has like a low chance to, I guess. Good damage and quite sturdy. Okay. Some of these can just be open without the deal. This dude, man. This guy's seen some shit, man. Oh, he's gonna open up and we're gonna... The spade was damaged. What, did I use it once? Alright. Not even good against this guy. Okay, I didn't know if he was gonna have the boys come rolling out or what. Dude, the fellas, the SWAT team is here. Can we help him by not? Maybe we can save him by not AoEing these guys. Really, just touching him doesn't do anything, since there's a high chance of that happening. Nothing. I just wasted a lot of materials for this. I guess he's just turning. Alright, buddy. Time to croak. I guess I could use cracked spades for a bit. back and eat. I don't know how close we were to something there, but... Oh. Maybe the elevator was close, who knows? Gotta be getting there at some point. Like, I've got plenty of cooking skill, plenty of food. It's like, why not? I mean, the boiler was pretty obviously going to be tough. Kind of whatever. Damn it. Wasn't even enough to get a save, though. Hard to believe. Take my picture. Flamethrower. Oh, he's just gasoline tank. Oh, a few of those. Cool. Oh shit. Hell ride. I have like no eye drop. He's got the music. You can hear the music building up. And the spade breaks in one hit. Well, the commuters, dude. What an awesome fight, man. The quiet music. Get sucked in and you're in like some fucking hell. The hell, right? Somebody just super created fucking enemies, man. Somehow you know this guy, we're going straight to hell. My god. Too good, man. Too good. Awesome fight. I like having the pierce, man. I don't like these weapons breaking on me. The hell sword. Still have the iris key? Oh, there are multiple iris keys or something? I'm sure they're all super missable. I said I worry about the mask guy. Never really had anything end up happening with him. Well, you're gonna do what you can do on that front. I'm seeing a little something over there. Kind of want to go back to go back to my room. I want to talk to this guy first to get a little healing. I mean, I've got healing on my own here, but if there's ever like a super long one. I mean, I don't have like I mean, I do have some decent. I guess I could use the cup. Save some minutes of eating back at base. Wonder what Holy's talking about. There's these, but I don't think these are holes, maybe. Maybe this is it. Huh. The elevator freak. We don't want to go to the 4th floor, thanks. The elevator music, dude. Oh, it's so good, man. Are we safe? Electric room. can't help him from here. He's out of your reach. I guess we have to go up to do it. What is this, dude? We just don't know. Cook something new. Been going through a lot of food. If anybody's like even semi-human, they're probably alright. At this point. Magnum. Acid flask. I don't think I have an SMP. I don't know how good this is, so. The fuck? The Magnum's worse than my rifle. Thought I could give it to somebody else too. Needs to be. That's right. Hey, that. I'll talk to her one more time. That's it. Actually, I forgot to check something. Surely I grabbed my coffee. Awesome purchase that one in. Roach. A roach collector. Yeah, food, yeah. Oh. Did I kill Mutt? Murdering every shopkeeper. His prices are ridiculous at this point, but he does add cool new stuff. So maybe I'll just kill him on the last day. Not like I want what he has, I would just kill him just to do it. $29 would be Uranus. Earth. Go home and sleep. Yeah. I'll leave that guy hanging, but alright. Tells you how much it is. 0. Mercury 0. Venus is 0 too? I expect that. Make sure this is working correctly. Sun 13. Yeah. That's everything then. Guess we could come back and do this later. I'll just go to sleep. I want to help that guy, but hopefully he lives through the day. If he doesn't, you guys are free to tell me. I don't know if he's like he dies the day after you meet him or something. It's like just kind of late. I mean, I could stay out, but who knows how long it's gonna be. I don't know where he is. Wasted all the stamina I picked up. Oh, they won't even let me leave. Oh well. They got more food. That left over, yeah. Mysterious soul. The roach is in a trench coat. He's probably like level 0 or some shit. No matter what happens, roaches will be there. That is funny, the roaches just haven't changed at all. Maybe they got a little more intelligent. Trillions of roaches. The only way to kick Sophie out to... Well, I guess we could kick these other two out and then take a peek. That's awesome. Juice box is just here, man. If this guy's ever gonna be a party member. This was the time, bro. And I'd love to use this fucking roach in a trench coat. It's so good. But level 8. Cowboy hat and trench coat. High chance to cause panic. Cause health. His form of roaches. Wonder what he gets up to. That's awesome though. At least I'll just enjoy that he was here, man. I'm too used to this squad and trying to hit some crazier dudes. They're pretty fucking high level, man. I know the items are big, but that's like double. The men who watch me, 4 men. Okay, Sybil, like the visitor or something, or channeling the visitor. He's good, dude. What the? What the?